It's live stream day. This is it. Our last Star Wars live stream. That's right. I thought it was going to be the last one last time, but well, circumstances being as they were, I broke my save file. Blew about 5 hours out of the plan last time, so we're back again to finish it off right. Got some fun things planned. We're gonna chat, we're gonna hang out, and this is gonna be our goodbye stream. And then I'm going to be hard at work making some awesome videos for you guys and prepping for the 1.0 launch. Yeah, I broke it. So I wanted to do one last set of lights with a blueprint, and it oh, you're gonna miss it. Well, it's on a VOD, Rhino. You'll have a chance. So I was gonna do lights on the ceiling. It's actually in the Discord. Somebody snapped a pic of it before I had to delete it, and that was enough parts, enough lights to put us under 8 frames per second, and it was just unplayable. And I loaded an older save, like an autosave, and it was back up over 12 frames again. You wouldn't think 8 to 12, but it was enough. And so I deleted all that, and then I went around and deleted a bunch more stuff, and that was the attempt to, and we got it working again, but we had to, you know, undo 2.5 hours of building light blueprints, basically. But yes, I was unable to activate the fly mode. I was unable to get anything really working at 8 frames per second. So, hey, Marcus. All right. Oh, you're gonna miss it. Oh, you're gonna miss it. Not miss the stream. I got you. But it really was a good, I mean, I had to get through this playthrough, you know. I have to know how things work. You know, the drones aren't that bad. You know what's bad? Hundreds of thousands of signs. My train blueprints broke this save. As long and slow, arduous process of getting there, but if I could load Satisfactory, the SCIM editor, and if I could go in and I could delete, like, there's 300,000 half meter by half meter signs all throughout the world. If I could delete all those, my FPS would go really high. So one of the things that I'm going to do on my own time is in preparation to try to increase my FPS to make better videos out of this, I am going to go through and do some massive amounts of deleting by hand, but I don't want to do that in a live stream and bore the shit out of you guys. But basically, I'm going to go through the parts of the playthrough that nobody sees, and like the underside of the inside of the train blueprint, where we're not going to be taking any trains. Yeah, Greg. See if I can delete those signs. I'll delete them by hand, and I'll see if I can get the file small enough to open the SCIM editor. And if I can, then I'll go in and I'll delete all of the half-meter signs. And if I can do that, then I'll hand my save file over to any content creators that want to make a video. Yeah, true. Well, you know, I'd only started playing Satisfactory in January or February of 2023, and then I started this playthrough in June of 2023, right when update 8 started. And so yeah, but you know, if it wasn't for 1.0 right now, guys, we would have to be really thinking about our usage of signs, and we'd be going through and having to do a major overhaul just to continue. You know, the way I like to do blueprints at a mass scale is dangerous for the FPS of the save. Hey Ken, how goes it? It sucks to see the end before the end of the save, but really looking forward to 1.0. Yes. Yeah, 1.0, it's going to be a bit different experience, I think. I'm going to turn in a little bit into Professor Kin, a little, you know, and we're going to really break down how, because I want to teach people to be able to do what I did, you know, if they want, and do their own thing their own way. If only one could have foreseen the sign issue. Well, the thing is, Ray, it's a problem of degree. Right? Like it's a problem of degree. 1.0 saving my butt for major changes. Well, I would rather make the major changes. I only think it's going to be you know, maybe 8 hours of work, which is just one extra live stream, right? One extra live stream's not that big of a deal. I think I'm going to go in and I'm going to delete signs like a mad person, you know, and then try to get the SCIM editor to load so that it can delete even more, so that I can have nice smooth playback for my music video that I'm planning on making. No, Greg, I turn Lumen on and off. It makes no difference. It's not an issue with my computer, with my processing power on my, you know, my GPU, none of that. It is solely bogging down the game's engine. That's it. And, you know, it's just the amount of objects. And it's not like we can see those signs, right? I mean, I was getting 8 FPS on the other side of the map. So it's not like the light or the viewing of the signs is the problem. It is literally just the amount of objects that the game is having to deal with. I'm looking forward to that. I love to see what everyone built and how they build them, but a more in-depth explanation on things is what I'm hoping for. Yeah, BMC, we're definitely going to be doing that. All right, so what's on the agenda for today? So I don't really want, we've done so much. Well, before we get started, let's do a couple quick things. But basically what I want to kind of do is a little bit of a tour. You know, we've got a lot of people that that'll help. And then let's do stat FPS. Get the FPS counter up there. There we go. You know, and these actually are not helping either. I might actually have to delete because it was this blueprint that killed it. I reused this blueprint in another area of the factory, but I do love the light that gives out, so I would hate to have to delete that. And this is actually a place where we see and use the signs. But okay, so what's the plan today? Well, we're going to yeah, well, this is better than it was. At least I can fly. And we're near the drone ports. So when you're near the drone ports, they hurt. But the other stuff that was happening anywhere on the map. But what I want to do is kind of just for the record, just kind of go over the save, you know, kind of walk through what we did. You know, we're gonna take our time, you know, answer questions, give anybody a chance that wants to really see what happened, you know, and yeah, there's definitely some things that I'm gonna try to do to improve this performance before I share it with anybody, and before I make my own videos on it. I'm gonna be working on that in the next couple days. We're over 10 and hitting 10 or 12. We were at 16 when we were building this factory there, and it's really what I want to try to get us back to. But you know, I kind of want to walk through the factory system. But yeah, see, here's what I'm thinking. Nobody needs these lights, right? And if I just, you know, and I'm not gonna do this tonight, I'm just letting you guys know what my plan is. You know, and if I were to just kind of do this, I'd have to get a little faster at it. Right? And just basically try to pull out, and then the goal would be all these little guys. I want to get it loaded on the sim, because nowhere do any of these lights actually do anything important. The other lights kind of, yes, but I need to make the save light enough so that it doesn't crash the editor. And I think the best way to do that is, you know, deleting a crap ton of these lights. You know, and I think if I put like a solid 8 hours into that, right? And then there's other stuff that we can delete too. You know, just kind of clean things up. They alternate 3 and 4. That's so lame. Right? If I did stuff like this, I think for 8 hours, I could get the editor down enough to where I could maybe load it and then delete things more efficiently, because the editor will allow me to just delete all of the 0.5 lights all over the map, you know. That's pretty good. That wasn't bad. Right, so if I followed this line, no one, I'm not even going to take a train down this line ever. But if I follow this line all the way up and over and around, then, you know, I really think that that could drop the save size enough to maybe, you know, make a difference. But like I said, that's not what today is for. I just wanted to let you guys know what I'm going to be doing offline. And in an attempt to try to bring some playability back. But that's kind of the general goal over the next week. But yeah, let's head over here. And take a look at our first mega factory. Actually, you know where we need to start? Silly me. Let's start at the starter factory. And if I see anything while we're going that I can clean up, I totally will and fix. Yeah, let's start at the starter factory. Ooh, you know what we should do first? Let's head over to the memorial. So there are only a handful of people that are still around that were here and were viewers of mine back when I lost my hard drives. Little did we know how I would be able to, how far I would take this save. But about during the hard drive hunt, even before I was able to finish pretty much any of the starter factory, we had a little mishap. I can't remember, I want to say 9, 10, 11 episode and VOD 9, 10, 11, around there. I was trying to get to this right here. We even have a leftover. We even have some leftover mementos of that day. And look at that. That's left over as well, trying to get up here. So what I did is, instead of going up here like I should, well, first of all, I should have had a parachute, and I didn't because I was an idiot. But I should have just gone up here and gone up there and got the hard drive, and I would have been fine. And I had already spent like 3 hours going around and picking up all these hard drives. I had 9 of them on me. And so we went up and we, instead of going up that way, I jumped off here, ran over here, was jumping here. Okay. And then I ran up around here, and then I tried to make the jump from there to there. And I could have just built something, but I didn't. And I totally whiffed it, and then I fell here. Okay, I got in down here, and this is before gas masks or anything. And so then I start dying from the gas, and I start freaking out, and I run, and then I ran off I fell off this cliff in like a moment of panic. And then I dropped down here, hit this, and died. But the thing is that my body and my box fell through the ground right here. And I spent another 2 hours trying to find my body. I went up and down and all around, looking over and over and over again, trying to find it. I went up here, and remember, I didn't have fly mode turned on. And we didn't have jet flight, we didn't have anything. So I kept having to build, right? I built like a bunch of ladders. I built a bunch of boxes to get up here and look, okay? And then eventually we figured out and we found my body, okay? We kind of went like this and looked inside like this. Yeah, we went exactly like this, and I had the light on, Okay. And I found the box. And we could see the box on the map. We knew kind of in 2 dimensions that it was here somewhere. But I went like this and kind of got in there and figured out that it was inside. And so I built all these foundations, and I was trying to like see inside and see if we could get the box. I think it was, yeah, I was right. The box is still there, by the way. There it is. See? So we found the box. I left the box. It's still, that's the box. I left some iron sheets that we had in it. Okay, and so then, okay, we found it. Now, how do we get to it? And we screwed around, we screwed around, we screwed around. Eventually, I can't remember his name. If I heard it, I would remember. Asuna might remember his name. Said, hey, why don't you try a hypertube? So what I did is I built a wall, and then I put a hypertube wall hole, okay, exactly where this is, the wall, and we powered it up, and after like 4 hours, I went whoop and found myself inside, turned the light on, and here was our stuff, and I left this in there as a reminder, as a memorial, and our hard drives were here. And then I reconnected from the inside so we could get out, and there we go. So that was like episode 9 or 10 or something like that. Oh, here's our leftover ladders. I built these as ladders. I built these as extendable ladders. And the FPS in the forest sucks. So there you go. We have our trucks. These guys are still working. You know, he's still kind of is not a great driver, but that's okay. You know, all this stuff, I'm really happy with how this stuff worked out, you know. We'll look at full of sulfur. We'll be doing more, we'll definitely be doing more trucks in the next playthrough. So here was our here's the starter factory. So I do have a video on this that goes into detail about the vertical bus system, but if you I like the vertical bus. I don't think I'll be doing it again. I think there are places that it makes sense to do so. I think a starter factory does make sense. Yeah, that's a pretty sweet way to get from behind the veil. Yeah, beyond the veil. If you do lose something in there, definitely use that hypertube wall hole trick. So I do like this vertical bus. And again, I made a video going through it in details. It's called Do's and Don'ts, vertical bus do's and don'ts. Basically, it comes down to, do you put the smart splitters in front of the bus or in the back? All right, because if you put it in front, you cannot use the you cannot do sushi belts. Okay, you're basically waiting, you're hoping for everything to back up, and then overflow pushes it out from the front. But it does allow you to use regular splitters along the way. See, these are all regular splitters. And so an item goes in this case, it's Caterium ore, and it goes in, and or up here, it's iron ingots. That's for the steel production on the end. And each unit uses it off of the bus line. And what's nice is that you can expand it, but you see once it fills up, we have a little overflow here. And it's not like we need iron ingots, but imagine this was wire going into making cable. Okay, well, we want wire, we need wire, we don't want all of our wire to go to cable. And so you want to make sure that you have an overflow, because then you can use the wire for other production or to store, right? Hey, the Relic on Twitch, thank you for the sub. And I just want to say thanks for your hard work. All this was amazing. Well, thank you, man. And so, you know, where do you split off? How do you get the extra? What do you do with the extra? And my first design was pulling it out the front. All right, well, the problem with that is it forces you to do each belt have its own item. Okay, and what happens when each belt has its own item? And by the way, I used to think this was huge, right? This factory is so small compared to all the other factories we've made. I used to think this was huge. You know, I joked that it was my mega starting factory, but it's really not that big. I mean, look how big our Super Star Destroyer is out there, which, by the way, looks really badass on the other side of the glass, if I do say so myself, and I do. But see, look at the wasted beltage here, right? We have very little plastic going up there. We could have easily combined the plastic with, what is this? Circuit boards with crystal oscillators in a sushi belt. It would have made a lot more sense. And eventually did, because I ran out of space, start doing sushi belts. So this is one of our sushi belts here. Okay, we've got multiple types of items coming down one belt. Here's the other one. Okay, there's motors and there's computers, right? And so, you know, I ended up using this sushi belt concept. The problem is, or not problem, but the downside is you can't use regular splitters. You have to use smart splitters, because you need to tell it, oh, only put silica to the left, right? Because there's aluminum casing on this line too. So I'm making silicon circuit boards, and I've got copper sheets and silica, right? And so I don't want any of these aluminum casing to go in, so you have to use smart splitters instead of down here. I just have a regular splitter, because the only thing on this line is the plates. Okay, the iron plates, and so the reinforced iron plates, and so you have to, you know, you're gonna have to have a lot more materials ready for a lot more smart splitters, but it allows for a lot more versatility. And you know, all these have belts, overflow belts, right? This one doesn't. See, because this overflow doesn't happen here. It happens at the end of the line. Well, it's not even an overflow, it's just the leftover pieces. If, let's say, a silica gets all the way down the line because all of these are full, right? Then he goes down and gets stored, and he gets stored at the end. This way, and he goes down this way and he gets stored, rather than being stored at the beginning. So that was the big takeaway that I learned. One thing that I really like, and I'm going to build again, was this aluminum factory setup. So this takes in 480, which of course is a Mark IV belt, bauxite. 480 bauxite. Hey Bits, how's it going? We're just doing a final little walkthrough of the save. This is going to be the last. This is the last live stream, and then I am going to try to clean up. I'm going to try to do some cleanup to improve our FPS a little bit before I make my final videos, and before I share with any content creators that may want to make a video as well. I think there's some things that I can delete that will greatly improve my FPS, because I have built way too many objects, and a lot of them are cosmetic, and even a lot of those are not even in places where people can see. So I'm gonna work on, you know, deleting some stuff. But yeah, I really like this aluminum setup. It provided me enough aluminum to last me a long time, and to build all the belts I needed. I had plenty of all-clad aluminum sheets, and it was just based off of 480 bauxite, and it really, yeah, it really worked out well. And so, you know, and this is the entirety of it, right? Just these, what, 6 refineries, these 4, those 3 constructors, and these, what, 10 assemblers, and then I think there's 10 or 12 foundries doing aluminum ingots. So yeah, this is a good little setup. The math worked out really nicely for a 480 input bauxite aluminum factory. So I'll be doing that again. I really liked how that worked out. But yeah, this is it. We ended up processing 1,200 oil into some turbo fuel and then some regular fuel. If I had to do it again, I wouldn't do the turbo fuel. One of the reasons that I wanted to do the turbo fuel was for the jetpack, but the turbo fuel in the jetpack was kind of shitty, honestly. It would have been better to take that time, just do regular fuel, and then, you know, take that time, and if I wanted jetpack fuel, to do the biofuel version. I can't remember what it's called, but the green stuff. I should have done that instead. That would have given me a much better jetpack fuel than the turbo fuel. It wasn't great. So yeah, but yeah, 150 fuel generators here. Again, I thought this was big. You know, that was before we built that and that. But that's the starter factory. Let's check out the underneath space just really quickly. This was the first place we experimented with lights and signs. So we got these lights set up. I can turn my light off down here. So I mean, this looks pretty good, you know. I think this turned out really well. This is where I figured out we could use these as ceiling lights. So what I did is I countersunk them. You know, these are countersunk into 2-meter foundations. There's a 1-meter foundation up top. Then there's a an iron beam, or a steel beam, or whatever it's called, down the middle here, and that's attached to it. They actually made it a lot easier since then to because now you can just hit shift and it'll flatten them out. You couldn't really do that before. You had to attach them to the sides of these beams, but yeah. Oh, we changed our color since then, but yeah, I really liked how these turned out. And you know, there's some clipping, as you can see. I was still learning my belt work when we first got started. I think I'm a lot better with my belt work these days. I could do this a lot better than now. And then some of this stuff we actually set up. I'm actually gonna get rid of this stuff right now. One of the things we're doing today, if I see anything I want to clean, then I will clean it. This was kind of set up temporarily to feed we did some production of the items you need to make Mark III miners. Okay, so I threw in some, basically I pulled some stuff off the line so that we could get what we needed. And it was just meant to be temporary. And so I'm fine doing our cleanup here. In fact, I'm going to turn on, as we go here, no build costs. Okay, so I don't have to deal with my inventory. I still will have to deal with items that are on belts and stuff, but not the production cost of those items. So the rest of this I think we can leave. But basically I built just a little mini factory to make fused modular frames, turbo motors. That's it. You know, we got tons of fused modular frames. You know what we could do? Oh, we are going to spend our coupons today. Let's go ahead and, what do you say? Let's burn them. I want to burn them, see how many tickets we can make. Oh, I need a merger. Let's see how many tickets we can make with our fused modular frames. There we go. I don't think we're gonna get to the golden nut, but we'll see what we can do. Yeah. So that was it for here. And then down below, if we head over here, we built our remote item delivery system. Now this is version 1.0. Okay, the idea is here, but the execution's not great. Every single one of these blueprints can only carry one item. In this case, it's steel pipe. And the idea here is that I'm pumping in iron, okay, iron ore, and the iron ore blocks a smart splitter, okay, because it says only iron ore goes forward and everything else can go to the left that isn't iron ore. Well, back here we have these steel pipes, and they're all stored and they're ready, okay, but this smart splitter is blocked. It can't go out. Now if I'm over in the battery factory, I can build myself a priority power switch, and I can go over here to steel pipe delivery, which is right here, and if I turn it on anywhere on the map, boom, turn it on, that turns on this awesome sink, which now clears the iron ore, which allows the steel beams to leave. Now, why are the steel pipes, not steel beams, steel pipes, they're blocked? So I don't know, that's another problem. But basically the idea is that they go, come on, fly mode, there we go. They go down into this train line, and oh, because I'm moving all clad aluminum sheets. I have the all clad aluminum sheets turned on. That's why they're blocked. All right, and here's all my items. Here's all the setup. They get fed to all of the each of those buildings, and we can turn them on, turn them off. We can send ourselves whatever we want. We can go ahead, let's go ahead and turn off the all clad aluminum sheets, and then we'll also turn off our, come on, there we go. Come in here with our, turn off the steel pipe, turn off the aluminum sheet delivery and the quartz crystal, and we'll leave the plastic on, and we'll turn off the iron plate. But basically, after it goes out this here, it heads to the train station, and the train station takes it all I have to do is assign the trains. I can take them wherever they need to go. I actually don't like that our train here is going so slow. But today is not a debugging day. We're not gonna play anymore. We're having a good time. We're doing a quick tour, and I'm gonna let that go. I'm gonna let it go. But yes, here's our delivery items, and they item pickup, and they go wherever we assign the trains to go. If we want to change factories, we can. Peter, nice PowerPoint. Thank you. I've worked really hard. This is a 900-hour PowerPoint presentation. I really appreciate it. Only for me, stream is running 112 FPS. Yeah, it's not a playthrough if you didn't get the golden nut. Well, we'll have to get the golden nut next playthrough. I mentioned at the beginning of this stream, there are some things that I'm going to try to do to improve FPS. I think I know what I can do. This is an engine issue, guys. My computer is running fine. The rendering that you guys are seeing is done on a separate computer. I have a live streaming computer. It's not Lumen. Okay, it's not my shitty computer. It is literally, I have jammed way too many objects in here. So, like I said, I'm going to try to clean this up over the next couple days and see if I can improve the FPS. Send everything you can to the sink, scrap the world. No, I think I'll let the golden nut. I think we'll save that for my 1.0 playthrough. I learned a lot here, guys, especially, you know, what not to do to. I mean, I love these blueprints. They're amazing, but I put them all over the map. You know, I could have put like the deluxe line in this area where we use the trains the most, and then everywhere else I should have done a pared down light version to save on the objects. And you know, it's coming back to bite us, to bite me. So again, I've got an idea. I think I know what I'm going to try to do, and we'll see. But this is the first factory. This is the first train line that I built that we just flew down. What we have, the bottom row is for the item delivery system that we just talked about, and the top row is for, in this case, packaged water goes out of that factory and empty canisters return. Okay, so this should be nice and mostly full. We actually don't want it all the way full. This is perfect. This is the perfect amount of water bottles. My factories are mostly working. They're about 95% efficient, maybe even more than that. They're mostly working. And we'll talk more about how they all work together in a second. But this is our first Star Wars factory, and he is the Imperial Archive building from Scarif and from Rogue One, on Scarif from Rogue One, and he packages 31,200 water per minute. And we'll show you. And again, this is my first mega factory. I like the design. I think the design work paid off really well. This is a very object heavy way of building this. You know, I built these with these big metal pillars. I mean, that's a shit ton of big metal pillars, guys, you know, and it all adds up. So but that's okay. We could start down here, and then I built this to be looked at, right, to be viewed, right? And here's our main gallery. This is sort of the main gallery here. All of these should be absolutely full. Okay, there is a little bit of, as you can see, some inefficiency. This should be all full. You know, it's mostly there. Okay, it may need a few more canisters in the system. It may need a little bit more tweaking. It's definitely possible to be full all the time. We would just maybe need another couple of weeks to tweak. I know we could get there though. I know we could. This was the first mega factory I built. The real issue is that I needed to learn how to manage belt compression, decompression, smart mergers, you know, that kind of a thing. And if you don't know, basically I had to come up with a blueprint, and I'm going to do a video on this titled the most important blueprint I've ever made. And it is. It's this, not that. Well, that's the first version of it. It is this right here. This blueprint right here. This is the most important blueprint I've ever made. This is a key thing that I learned building on this factory. All right. I want to go through this really quickly because it's really important. And it's the thing that I learned, besides don't build too many effing signs. It's the thing that I learned that I will be taking to me into the next save that is really important. Let's not do it here. We don't have any space. But if you can look inside, see it's got those blueprints kind of intermingled in there. And it's very, very key for making this work. And the reason that we needed this is because we have 10 780 belts of empty canisters coming out of here because there's 10 trains delivering Mark V level empty canisters. And then we need 10 water bottles to replace them, right? But I built a blueprint that only handles actually 580 canisters and turns the 580 canisters into 580 packaged water. So how do you translate that 780 to the 580 and then back to the 780? How do you do that? And that's belt compression and or decompression, right? And you know, if you were to just, we're kind of cleaning up as we go here. If you were to just try to do that, you know, and I did do this. We'll do it over here. We can see our trains. Here's our, oh no, there we go. Here's our train setup. If you were to try to do that like this, right? Let's say you have a belt. All right, and then we'll do and again, I'm gonna make a video on this specifically. Okay, this is really the issue. We have 4 belts, okay? This can only receive 580. This could only receive 580. But we have 2 780s here. So how do we do this? Okay, if we were to build, you know, one thought would be basically a smart splitter right here. Okay, and then, you know, a merger. Then let's say we built a merger here. All right, and then we could perhaps build a smart splitter here to go out this way, right? So let's say you have a system where you have 780 here. All right, 580. Fine, you're gonna take 200 and you're gonna pop it over to this guy, but this guy's already at 780. All right, so when you take this 200 and you stick it on this 780, he's only 580. So now you have 400 extra. All right, well, if you do an overflow here, that should be 400 here, right? Wrong. That's not how it works. And the reason that it doesn't work that way is because this is not a smart merger. It is a regular merger. We do not have smart mergers in this game. I wish we did. What is a smart merger? Well, a smart splitter is one input and 3 outputs. But you can determine which output you prioritize. Okay, you can determine the prioritization of output. We cannot determine the prioritization of input. If it was a smart splitter, I could say, make sure that you prioritize this input and make this one back up. Because if this one backs up, then the 400 comes out here, but that's not what happens. What a merger does is it takes every other one. Just like a regular splitter, we know what a regular splitter does. It does the same damn thing. A regular splitter outputs every other one. Merger does the same thing in reverse, but we don't have a smart merger. And so this creates a problem because this will eventually back up. The 200 doesn't go here, which means that this line will back up. And that means that this line will not get its 400 and you're gonna have an inefficiency. I had this problem all over the place, everywhere. I had it in this factory. I had it in the, I had it everywhere in the Super Star Destroyer factory. I had it in the battery factory. I had this problem everywhere. Okay. And so the fix for that, and there's another issue. Okay. What if these belts are 580, but what about the reverse issue? This belt's 580 and you need this to be 780. Okay. And so, you know, now this is a merger and that's a splitter. Right now you're loading them. Okay. You're taking your 580s and you're compressing. I had 14 580s and they needed to be compressed into 10 780s. Okay, so that's a belt compressor. Okay, there's a sort of, in my mind, there's like a decompressor where you take big belts and spread them out into smaller amounts of belts, or you take more full belts and you spread them out into less full belts. And then there's a compressor where you take less full belts and you compress the items into more full belts. All right, and this smart merger issue, all of it gets solved with this blueprint that I made. And by the way, I didn't come up with this. This is actually on Satisfactory Wiki. If you look up belt compression, there is a little diagram that somebody did. So I didn't come up with the idea of this. I just designed the application of it. But basically, you put in any 2 lines. This can be 780 and 60. This can be 500 and 500. It can be 2 780s. Okay, whatever it is, you put in 2 lines. Okay. You're gonna get, this belt is gonna be chock full. Okay. If it's 780, perfect. If it's not, we got an autosave here. Then then it will send everything that it can, and then it'll back up. And then out the other side, the OF does not stand for only fans, nor does it stand for only feet. It stands for overflow. Okay, and so you're gonna have your full belt and your overflow. And the key is that we can't slide to the back because we're on autosave here. The key is that this guarantees that neither belt backs up, as long as there's enough room for the belts between the 2 outputs, right? If both of those belts go to a place that only consumes 100 per minute, if you put a 780 belt and a 780 belt, obviously those will back up. But that smart merger issue we had that will cause one of the belts to back up, that is gone here with this. And so I use this little blueprint all over the place to solve that problem. And like I said, I'm planning on making a video when I can about that, and why you would need it. So yeah, autosave. Let me catch up on chat, you guys. Last thing I saw was Peter calling my save a PowerPoint. I know. Yeah, Bits was saying hi, Patrick. Yeah. Yeah, 10th of September 1.0. You know, you keep saying numbers when someone is counting money. It's very distracting. Sorry, Ray. You're asking. You call that the Matrix in the audio world, but you can only have one input at a time to act as a priority. Yeah. And then just checking on Twitch. Only for me, the stream is running at 125 FPS. Yeah, well, the stream is showing you guys exactly what my screen is seeing. So the engine is bogged down. Like if I tab out and we boot up a video, okay, like we were watching the this is muted, right? My computer's fine, the live stream is fine, the game is what is bogging us down. So like the game engine. But anyway, so yeah, this was important. If I had learned this earlier, this factory would be less buggy. We spent a lot of times having to kind of work around my lack of knowledge of exactly how belts work. You should use the to-do list for reminders if you don't want to fix something when you see it. Oh, and fix it later? Maybe. Yeah. Maybe. I'm just gonna be deleting stuff, to be honest with you guys. I'm gonna delete as many signs as I can. I'm gonna spend hours and hours and hours deleting signs to try to get the FPS up, so that it makes recording my final videos of this save a little bit better. But yeah. Let me get a drink. But yeah, I just want to show you guys, I want to show you guys the water off the back here, and then we're going to go up and take a look at how I did sort of my first version of this little module here. I'm not sure how big the initial object limit is, but I increased mine, I think 100-fold or 10-fold. I don't know if it was 1 million objects or 10 million. I'm pretty sure I wrote in 100 million object limit. And I still haven't reached the object limit. The object limit in the game is a hard limit that crashes your game when you reach too much. And you can change that. The problem is that I'm running into like a soft limit because the amount of objects that I have has made it so that the game cannot continue to perform at high levels of FPS. And so I haven't hit the object limit because I've extended it. But that extension has caused other issues. So yeah, I'm going to show you guys the trains real quick. Let's clean up this little demonstration. If you guys ever do any of that belt compression or decompression, really look into making for yourself something. Here, let's check out the Satisfactory wiki. We should have done that while we were on autosave. Check this out. Belts compressor. So if we go to belt compressor, this is it. I didn't come up with this. Somebody else came up with this, but basically my Let's do copy image. Let's go to paint, paste. All right, so that thing that I showed you guys, that box, that is this. Okay, you have your two inputs. You have your two inputs here and here, and then you have your full, and then you have your overflow. And all it is the dotted lines are your overflow on your smart splitter. The O is the smart splitter, the M is the merger, and then the full lines here, they are your first priority. Okay, so both first priorities head towards the same merger. That merged output is the 780, and then the two overflowed pieces, they go to the second merger. That output is your overflow. That's it. It's pretty simple, but you use it in series to create a system of compression. And in this case, it takes 600 belts and turns them into 780s. So that's what this is. Again, I didn't come up with it. This exists in the belt compressor wiki. And there you go. All right, moving on from that conversation. Here, let's do this. No. No feet left behind. We have a rule. Here's our train setup. Okay, we have 4 train stations to drop off empty canisters, and then 4 train stations with 10 cars to pick up water bottles. Okay, there's our little system. Out here we have all of our pumps. And we pump all our water all the way up to give us a high point before we use the water to package. And all of that worked pretty well. Last thing I do want to show you, so I did A, B, and C. Okay. In this level, we have our lights turned off because, now let's turn them on. We can't turn them on now. When can we turn them on, right? Boop. There we go. But here's all of our water pumping machines. They look good. They work really well. I'm happy how this turned out. This is A, B, and C. All right, and then I took D and I moved D up to the top floor. And D actually has a lot more space. And so it's a lot easier to kind of see what we did. And so what I want to do is I want to show you what we ended up doing. But basically you have your empty canisters coming in, and these are 780s. Now this is what I did as my belt decompressor, and I wouldn't do this again. I would use that blueprint I just showed you. But basically you have your inputs here and your outputs here, and all this does is the same thing that the other thing does, and we go, this has 580, right? See how it's chugging? It's supposed to chug because it's only eating 580, not 780, which means that 200 per minute goes here. Well, he does his smart splitter in and refills up this belt at to 780, right? And then 580 more comes out, whereas the extra 580 that wasn't the 200 that got moved here moves forward, and then he gets refilled here, and it's just this chain reaction of taking 580 out and replacing it with the next 580 in the line. And it does work. I just had quite a few little bugs and execution issues. This does work, but I think it's a little cleaner to use that other, and it's definitely easier to debug to use that other module. And then basically these get broken down into 5 strings of 580, and then they go up to where they're used. All right, and then the empty canisters come down, and the packaged water, they come down, they're in 580 strings. These have not been recompressed yet. That happens down on the lower floor. But that's basically all this is 10 full empty canister belts come in, gets sort of spread out into 14 580 belts to go into 14 blueprint sets, and then we send it down. There we go. Here is our skate park. We have our dark side and our light side factory carts in a forever dance on our skate park. I actually really like how this turned out. I think it looks very Star Warsy. So there you go. I built this skate park at 2,000 subs. At a 2,000 sub celebration stream. We're almost at 6,000 today. So 3 times the amount of subs since then. All right, let's move on. Basically, after the water bottles get loaded onto the trains, we come on out here and run across, get merged. Low bridge, too low. We're driving. The FPS. It's really bad, you guys. I'm really looking forward to 1.0. All right. So, by the way, we are pumping, here's a bunch of oil. We are pumping all the oil in the map. Okay, and it's gonna head along with the water here to the next factory in the line. A lot of that oil, it gets transported underneath. Now, again, these are the only ones in use. This is a lot of objects that I built that I'm not even using. Okay, so really could have done better with the efficiency there. I just, you know, I didn't know if I'd need them exactly. I didn't want to delete them and have to rebuild them, but I just did that way too much. But yes, all the oil on the map and all of these packaged water, they head to our next mega factory in the line, which is the Senate Building. Now, before we did the Senate Building, or kind of while we did the Senate Building, Blundermoth, hey Ken, not been around much lately because I've been sleeping normally, but bye-bye Star Wars playthrough, yes. We did some pretty cool things, I think, with our train blueprints, right? We're paying for that with this FPS, but we can at least enjoy what we did. Here, let's get rid of this. All right, and this curve, I built a way I designed a way, and as far as I'm aware, I did it. Well, I definitely did it independently. I'm not going to say that I'm the first person to do it, but basically what I did is I built a blueprint that had a curve embedded in the blueprint so that it created the anchor point for the next blueprint. All right, and so it let me to very, very quickly build a curve like this. So this is an inverted, or this is an incline curve. Okay, I think this looks ridiculously good, and anybody who has played Satisfactory knows how difficult it is to build curves. I mean, this thing is ridiculously cool. Unfortunately, no trains travel on this. Oil travels on it underneath, but no trains travel on this, because I never ended up building the Super Star Destroyer, or the Death Star. I was gonna build a whole nother factory here, but we never got to it. But I needed to put in all this train line to get the oil. Yeah, I did it my way. I did do it my way. Here's another little incline curving. Here's a bunch of the oil that we're pulling, and then using the factory or the train line to move it. But yeah, here are two really fun things that I want to do again. Maybe I built a equilateral triangle. Yeah, this is great. I built an equilateral triangle here for a train merge. And again, really, really happy with how it turned out. Let's go ahead and dump this stuff. And there's no like, I wish it was like dump all. Because that's horribly tedious. And sometimes it doesn't work. See, I'm holding shift. I don't know why it's not working. It just must be the shitty FPS here. Leaving boxes. Here's our bauxite supply. This is I ended up using this. This was going to be the Death Star platform, but we ended up using this for the bauxite supply to the battery factory. But this three-way train blueprint, I'm really not blueprint, but this intersection, I really enjoy that. This was kind of actually a little bit difficult to build. And then this train spiral, pretty happy with this. This is one huge blueprint. Well, there's 4 of them or 5 of them, but I made that one big blueprint. With the blueprint extending that I did make a video on. So I liked how this turned out. It's really fun to slide down it. There's more oil there that goes to the Senate building. This is all water that goes to the battery factory, which we'll talk about in a second. Actually, let's do the battery factory because we're here. And then we'll head over to the Senate building and then finish it off. So the battery factory also sends its output to the Senate building because we are droning so many items. Okay, so here's our battery factory. And the battery factory does use drones for a lot of its inputs, not all of them, right? We have the water here. Ooh, this got all messed up. It's not the right color. Not the right color. Still not the right color. There we go. All fixed. All right, so here's our Jedi Temple factory. Uses quite a few inputs that from drones, including 2 outputs from the final Super Star Destroyer factory. It uses plastic and petroleum coke from that factory, and that gets droned over. Okay, but yeah, this turned out pretty well. By now, I had kind of figured out this was the last factory I built, and I took to heart a lot of the lessons that I had learned building the Super Star Destroyer. And so the electricity was done a lot better. If I remember correctly, there is a bad belt somewhere. In one of these rows, but I don't know if I have the patience with this little FPS to try to fix it. You know, all cloud aluminum sheet backup. Yeah, maybe it's in one of the other rows, but this we never even really got a chance to go through with a fine-tooth comb. So this is producing a shit ton of batteries, but it is not doing it perfectly efficiently. We just didn't really have a chance to debug. Yeah, this one's not getting all cloud aluminum sheets. So, you know, and I don't want to necessarily come in here and today and you know, try to fix everything. This one's not getting enough plastic. We could have definitely done maybe a little balancing balancers in here. You know, like balanced all the plastic, you know, balance the inputs before they go in. Yeah, FPS is used to be 16 in here. It's down to 8. When we were building this, it was at 16. So I can't even fly mode anymore. Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. You can do it. You're almost done. This is the last night, my friend. There we go. There we go. So we are sinking lots of batteries, okay? And then we're sending a lot of batteries to the train. That train takes them to the Senate Building. So the Senate Building really is our hub. It gets the batteries from here, the oil from the train lines, and the water from the packaged water system. But yeah, this there's a lot of yellow lights. This needs some work to really shine, but it's making more than enough batteries than we need to continue, and so I never really felt the need to get back here and get it fully tuned. Plus, at the time, we weren't getting the full plastic sent to it and the full petroleum coke. I think we are now, and so we couldn't really even test it. You know, I bet you with maybe 2 streams, you know, maybe 15 to 20 hours of debugging, this factory could be humming along perfectly. We just ran out of time. But that's okay. This turned out really well. I learned a lot on this, and we don't have any of those fluid issues. So there's some issues in the Super Star Destroyer, which we'll get to, that are basically unfixable because of the way I designed it. There's some fluid issues there that I would have to do a full huge tear out and redesign to get it to work. It's not like a bad belt hookup or a bad pipe hookup or something. Just the way I did it with fluid, it's just never gonna work. And so I didn't do that here. I arranged and I designed this factory to avoid that. And it worked really well. So we did basically no debugging to this thing, and it is pretty well functioning. And we spent weeks debugging the Super Star Destroyer before we could get it as far as it is now. Now most of these are green, so that's good. But yeah, lots of batteries stored here. I have so many batteries stored. I have a battery balancer here, which turned out to be unnecessary because we're just not using very many. The batteries come out to this train station. They get sent to where the batteries get used. This is our bauxite source, you know, and it's kind of chugging. This should be running full speed at all belts, and then we would have a full 4,100 batteries produced per minute. So like I said, there's some efficiencies issues. More of our train lines. I spent way too long building these mergers, getting these all lined up, making this look good. And then in the end, we're not even sending any trains. Well, we're sending the bauxite train is coming in through here, but this was gonna lead to the Death Star. So I'm not even gonna go down there, but down on this area is the swamp, and that we need oil and Caterium and bauxite from. And then we also have a tower. What these towers do is create a point of headlift. These are oil towers, kind of like water towers. This creates a high point for headlift, and then at that point I can gravity feed as long as we don't need to go higher than that point. And the reason that I built those, there's one in the Purple Canyon, there's one right here, there's another one right there, and then we used the Scarif basis one as well, is so that the oil would have headlift to the top of the Senate building without needing any pumps. And so I pre-headlifted everybody. And this design was based off of the Lothal Tower from Star Wars, from Rebels and the Ahsoka show. And I got another one right there. All right, so those are our train blueprints, our battery factory, and our water factory. Now we are down to 2 factories left. We're gonna hit those real quick. Then the only other things that I wanted to do today is we are gonna buy the most expensive items we can with our tickets that we've saved up. It won't be the golden nut, but that's okay. We'll get the golden nut in our 1.0 playthrough. That's going to be one of our big goals. And then we have to do a big reveal. All right, so stay tuned for a big reveal, and the nature of this playthrough will be changed in an instant. All right, so this is where the big stuff happens. All right, this is where it all comes together. Okay, you got the water feeding in right there. You have two train lines of oil. The oil pipes are underneath there. 10,500 oil coming in. And you've got the batteries coming in, and it all culminates. We'll go through the middle here in a second, but it all culminates at the top to these, I don't know, it's like 250 drone ports or something. Or maybe not that many. It's 250 total. It's 100 and, it's like 108 or something. Okay, we've got the blue ones are for oil. The black ones are for water. Yeah, I know. Those should be switched. And the white ones are not turned on at all. They're little extras. And this is where it all comes together. So the drones will move that much. 31,200 water per minute and 10,500 packaged oil per minute. This is the whole point of this save. I wanted to drone everything to my Star Destroyer. So this is a fully working factory that is not connected to the Earth. The only thing that connects it, there's one wire, because this is a power plant, right? So we need the power to the rest of the save. There's one wire that goes off the nose. Everything else is powered through drones. Okay, so that's kind of where it all leads to. But on the way, we have to do several things. We have to manage the packaged water and empty canisters that go with it. And we have to package the oil. So the first thing that I did is I built a very, very large and unnecessary train spiral. And we do have kind of a slowdown here. And you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go ahead. We really don't need this extra battery train. This is a battery train. Battery 2. We're gonna pull him out. We're just gonna have our one battery train. Okay, because he's I don't think he's necessary. I'm just gonna pull him out of the loop. Come on. There we go. Where did all his batteries go? Did they all disappear, I hope? All right, so he's out of the loop. The one battery train that we have that is running should be plenty to get the job done. And that's in an attempt to just try to get these flowing a little bit better. Let's go ahead and add an extra. Right here. All right. So we'll see if that helps a little bit. Yeah, here's the other train. Here's the other battery train. Come on, buddy. And I think just one is plenty. The crate embedded in the rail? I thought it did. But I didn't want to look too hard. All right, it's your turn to go. Why didn't you go? I wonder if I need a path signal to really make this work correctly. Is it because he's on an incline? Maybe. You need to go, buddy. Or the next train takes your spot. Yeah. I don't know why it's doing that. Because we will run out of batteries and the whole thing will shut down if this battery train doesn't get on the line. That guy's hot on his heels. Come on, get across the line. I'm gonna try one more time. Well, let's go over what we got here. We got our train spiral heading around the outside, and then I built this oil pipe spiral. I didn't come up with this design either. There's a video on YouTube that talks about how to make this pipe spiral, and it goes into the details and kind of like the spacings that you use, and it's a really great video. But I really enjoyed making this, and I think it looks really cool. And the reason that we don't need pumps on any of this is because we have those, we pre-did the head lift, right? It just starts so slowly. Probably because he already has momentum and he doesn't. Trying to see If we can get this guy snuck in there in the line. Oh, there's one right there. All right, go, buddy. Come on, you're green. Yay, you made it. Haha. Get stopped, bitch. All right. Now that will slow down that, but it's one short train that just needs his way in every once in a while, so. All right, so train spiral. All right, we maybe fixed that problem. At least it's not a catastrophe. And then we come up here to this set of train stations, which does the opposite of what the other did in the other factory. And allows for the unloading of the packaged water and then the loading of the empty canisters. And there is a reason that these are so wiggly. It's so that I could fit an entire train length in case a train gets backed up, you know, right behind his buddy. It doesn't block everybody else. Okay, so I fit an entire train length behind. Yeah, the idea is that it'd be really cool to take away the block signal at the curve around the spiral. I think that's the one that allowed the other train enough time to work. I think that was the one that actually fixed it. But I think it's working now, so I'm not too worried about it down there. But yeah, here's how it goes. At least it's working well enough. I know it's not perfect, guys, but we're done. We're out of here. So I just wanted to make sure that the battery train actually eventually got through. All right, out of control. So there's that section. And then the packaged water comes up this wall here up to the top. Right? And the oil, after it goes through the spiral, okay, it comes up these pipes and gets injected into this outer spiral. And then the inside of this sort of cone is one of my favorite things that I built, and it is the Senate Building. Now, one of the last things that we're going to do in the save, the last thing we're going to do is we're going to build something right here. We're going to build the Emperor's pedestal in the middle of our Senate chamber. Okay, so after we do our little tour and then we spend our tickets, that's what we're gonna do for the end, and I'm gonna do the big reveal. So if you can, stay tuned, or if you're watching the VOD, make sure that you catch that at the end. All right, so just like we had the water bottles going up there, we have empty canisters on the opposite side coming down, and then we have various oil empty canisters and packaged oil headed up as well. I do like how the vast majority of these are green. These are all our packaged oil. This is actually working factory. Okay, this is all of our packaged oil. Most of them are green. I bet you if any of them are yellow, it's just because we're not using the oil fast enough. But all of our oil is reaching here. We went through and we debugged, and all of our oil is reaching. Where's the baby Yoda? Yeah. And then we do have Representative Binks III, which we will get back to at the end of the stream. So yeah, we come up here, and this is where our battery trains go. I do want to see, you know, we had a big delay of batteries not making it. I wanted to see how bad our battery source is. You know, how badly are we running out? I mean, we kind of are a little bit. We kind of are running out. We're okay, right? I mean, yeah, we're okay. We're okay. Even as much as that delayed, we're okay. And we're gonna drop a whole train load's worth off. And hopefully, now that I've cut it down to just 2, pulling those extra trains out, hopefully will keep things running a little bit better. But yeah, here is what we have. These are our really our balancers. Okay, and this helps make sure that if one of our lines runs empty or backs up, that the other lines help compensate, and that really helps to keep inefficiencies from perpetuating in the system. And I've talked a lot about these balancers. I don't want to go into too much detail today, but they're very, very important to get all of this working and keep it working. But this looks really good. Save fire, better live on forever. I'm gonna clean it up. I may have to remove these lights, you guys. These lights, this blueprint of lights that I put around all over. If I do, I'll remove the first floor first, and we'll keep the second floor on but I may have to remove these. FPS really got bad after I put them in. And right now I can't even fly. So come on, there we go. All right, we got it. All right, so, and then we've got, this is the culmination of everything: the packaged oil, the packaged water, all the empty canister, and the batteries, all culminating into our drone setup. And as you know, the drones fly to the beast. So this is it. This is the point of the save. Oh, autosave, guys. This is the whole point. Why we did what we did. This is what I wanted to build from the beginning. This is why I have a YouTube channel. It's because I had a vision to build this. And I thought to myself, well, I don't want to build something and take this long to build it and not show it off, you know? And I've always wanted a YouTube channel, and so I figured, well, I have what I think should be good content, you know, and so let's do this thing. And everything was leading up to this, right? And you know, and the amount that I learned, you know, not just about the game, but just kind of logistics in general and organization and planning, you know, I don't know. I feel like this is almost like this could be like a resume for like an entirely new freaking, you know, career path for me. Like that's how much I learned building this, you know, is you know, almost 18 months. Well, not 18 months, I guess. Well, I guess 15 months of work, you know, lots of long hours to get it to where we're at today, you know, and it's a little sad that our FPS is so janky, but like I said, I have some Hail Mary things that I'm going to try to do to clean things up. Okay. So we'll see if I can pull that off. But yeah, in general, I'm really happy with how everything worked out, you know, and you guys watching either the VOD or watching live, you know, you guys are my biggest supporters, you know, and there were plenty of nights where, you know, I just wanted to, you know, not edit that video or not get on and stream because, you know, just sit and watch a movie with my wife or, you know, whatever. And instead I was like, nope, we gotta go. You know, I made a commitment to get this stuff done, you know, and we're out of time. So, you know, we did it. Is it perfect? No, but I'm confident that I could make it perfect, right? If I had another 2-3 months, we could go through, we could clean up the FPS issues. Okay, we could come through here, we could redesign the fluid issues that I have. There's just a couple of pipes that are never gonna work right because of the way that I set them up initially. You know, I'll show you when we get there. You know, I would fix those, right? I would, you know, fix some of these design issues that I had with this, and we could get it perfect, right? I'm confident of that. And so this is, you know, this is good. This is good enough for me because I know we could do it if we had the time. Save it under a mega print in the calculator. Mix Wizard, I can't even load this in the calculator. It will not load. That's another thing that I'm going to try to do in the next couple days is delete enough. The file is too big. The calculator crashes before I have the ability to load this in. Because if I could load it in, I would delete the roughly 300,000 half meter by half meter signs that I have littered throughout my save that are useless, that are not helping anybody. I'd get rid of them so that we could increase our FPS issues. Ray Time gifted 5 construction memberships. Ray Time was gifted a membership by Ray Time. What the heck is going on there, Ray? Some freaking self-giving I see. Corpy TV. What is that? Golden Retriever. We Creative Few and Adrian Huck were all gifted a membership by Ray Time. Ray Time gifted herself a membership. I don't know, that seems a little fishy. Seems a little fishy. Antonio Kin, I have been slowly catching up with your VODs. Magnificent work. Magnificent work. Magnificent work. I can't speak. Thank you, man. David, how could you fix your FPS issues? By deleting shit. I have too many objects in the save. And to be frank, a lot of them are doing useless stuff. Okay? They're doing useless stuff. They're off in the swamp and in the I have a road that nobody's driving on because I was going to do something else with it. I have a bunch of train line that no trains are on. Basically, I needed 4 pipes. You know what I may do? I may just go through and I'm probably going to do this, guys. I don't know. Oh, I don't want to. I'll only do it if I have to. No, I'm going to delete signs. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to delete signs until I can load it into the save editor. And then I'm going to delete all of the 0.5 millimeter signs all over the map. And then that should drastically improve my FPS. If I get into the 20s, I think I can make videos that are relatively, you know, watchable. Hey, I've watched a lot of Satisfactory builders. This is my favorite build by far. Thank you. You didn't know it would do that. All right. So here's the beast, right? And by the way, this is just a power plant. Basically, I spent 15 months making a power plant, you guys. I didn't even build any space elevator parts. I didn't even build the game. I didn't even do the game. I spent 15 months building a giant ass, complicated AF power plant that looks like the Super Star Destroyer from Star Wars. So the drones work pretty well. These balancers that I built down here are a godsend. It would be frozen without them. These are yellow because we're not making enough polymer resin. Okay, this is the end of the line for that, and so we're not making enough, and or it's still manifolding. Okay, we're making rubber, we're making petroleum coke and rubber over in this area, and then really, and this is all of our balancers. I did need some breathing space in here. I put some in. It's kind of being used. I think it's helpful. I really needed a storage container. Probably, what would be better, at the beginning or at the end? Probably after, on the front side of a balancer would be best. So in the future, if I do balancers, I'm going to put industrial storage containers on the front side of them after the post balance. Well, you needed the power to run your Death Star. Long live the Star Destroyer power supply. Yeah, no, I did. And then this is really the beast section right here, where we turn the oil into fuel and polymer resin. But we went through this last week, and last weekend, and we went through here, and yeah, everything's turned on. I mean, this is all green, you guys. There's some yellow here and there. I mean, here's one, right? What's his problem? Too much fuel? Yeah, no, not too much. I mean, yeah, too much fuel. So that his fuel's not getting used appropriately, or all the way, you know, all the way down here on the line. I'm not sure why. There's some little things here and there. He's back to green, but there's a little bit of inefficiency, right? So there's some yellows down here, right? And it's probably the same thing. But this is where I first tried to do this blueprint and bus blueprint, right? And I think it really worked. I'll tell you what I will never do again is I did outputs on one side and inputs on another side, because it really screws up the math when you're trying to figure out, like, you know, how do you, because this input line gets shared across two output lines, right? Some of this oil is going to get turned into empty canisters that go into this output line, and some of this oil is going to get turned into empty canisters that go into that output line. So there's some issues with that. It's a lot better. I did the plastic differently. I did the plastic, the output and the input is on the same side, and I would definitely do that again. And that's how I did the battery factory, right? This is one of the lessons learned here that I transferred to the battery factory. But yeah, I just I'm pretty happy with this, you guys. Again, not perfect. There's some yellow here and there, but pretty close. The worst thing that is happening here that I am really not sure how to fix with the current design is the way that I organize these blueprints and these rows is I had a bunch of leftover pieces, right? This has like some extra fuel here, and I'm trying to join it up with the extra fuel in another row to get a 600 out, and it's janky as shit. Like it kind of works most of the time, but it doesn't really work. We need full belts or full pipes, right? And most of these are full pipes. They're 600 pipes, and they're you know, it's churning along. This one's working great. I bet you this never changes from 600. Watch it change down as soon as I say it. But this is probably going up to the fuel generators, and it's banging away, and it's working great, right? It's these little leftover pieces, right, that I didn't really account for. You know, I put, you know, I don't know, 24 or whatever blueprints in this row, but that's just because that's how much space I have. I didn't plan it out to use up whole pipes like I should have, like I did with the battery factory. But yeah, I think for the most part this works really well. And one thing also, I mean, most of this plastic, there's a little yellow here, right? It's gone already, but I saw it. You know, are these filling up again? Oh, none of these filled up. So, I mean, some of them are close. So there's a couple little inefficiencies somewhere, right? They'll eventually kind of fill up, and then, you know, because we're not quite using all the oil, right? At least all of the time. So, but I mean, most of these are green. You know, this should be two and a half full belts, right? Or 3.5? Yeah, there's a couple little empty spots on the belts there, but it's pretty much full. I had to do this twice. I had to redesign this from the ground up because I had some issues with the fundamental nature of how I designed the pipework within the factory, or within the blueprint. But yeah, and then this is the plastic, and we're overproducing because I thought I was going to build the Star Destroyer, or the Death Star. So we're burning a lot of plastic. That this plastic would be used in the space elevator part production, but obviously it has to be burned, otherwise it would create issues. I know 1.0 is right at the corner, but you never considered to play modded. Satisfactory Plus mod was for me, nice addition to the game. Yeah, I have a lot of people trying to get me to play the Satisfactory Plus mod, but it's 1.0. 1.0 for me. This plastic is backing up. See? Why in the world is that not working? Because that's not connected. So here you go. Here's a little inefficiency fixed. This plastic can never back up. That probably fixed a huge problem. I mean, I know it did. Because it means the fuel backs up. And if the fuel backs up, then that means that it's not using the packaged water and the packaged oil, and it's not producing the polymer resin. Remember I said when we first got in here, there wasn't enough polymer resin at the rubber? Well, this is probably, if not why, definitely a contributing factor. So little issues like that, you know, just a stupid thing. When I built it, I didn't connect it properly, or something happened. Right now it's working. Now it's fine. Right? So now these are working. Here we can pull this plastic out. Okay, so that's a perfect example. One little thing causing a chain reaction of inefficiencies and problems that if we just put the time in, we would find more and more and more, and we would clean out the system and get it working. You know? So here we go. There's the plastic. So we'll let that you know, run for a little while, and let's keep enjoying the tour here. But that's a perfect example of little debugging that, you know, causes problems. And here is really the fuel section, and it kind of all runs through the bridge. So this is the highest point for the fuel, and then it goes out, now being gravity fed to all of the fuel factory, the fuel generators. All right, so let's go ahead and close off this entrance, since we're doing our final cleanups today as we tour. And then if we head down here, let's go ahead and change these colors back. We were using this as a debugging tool, helping us to follow the pipes that have issues. And then there we go, more fuel generation. So this generates about 1,400 fuel generators worth, but I have a lot of overclocking, so there's less than 1,000 actual generators, but they have the effective generation power of about 1,400. So a lot of people ask, like, what is the scale? Like, how did I decide what the scale would be of this? And to be honest with you, I made it so that these industrial fluid buffers would be the appropriate size for the entirety of the ship. I had no idea if it would be big enough to fit everything in it that I wanted it to do. I had no real way of calculating that. I just made it so that those industrial fluid buffers would look correct. And crossed my fingers. Man, that shadow detail really sucks. I honestly don't think it's really helping my FPS. There. No, still a little jankified, but I know how to fix this too. There's a setting. It's actually foliage. Watch. Foliage. Dot law distance scale. If we go to 4, see that? So There are items in the game that are treated like foliage that aren't foliage. And I just, you know, made that look way better. The problem is that actually does affect the FPS a bit, but still, it's worth it. Show off my model. Yeah, I mean, I don't even know if I have him. I have him somewhere. Here, let me see. Let me see if I can just quickly find him. There we go. So this is what I used. I calculated all these angles using basically a protractor on my screen. I did a lot of measurements, got the angles in, figured out the lengths. I had a scale. Okay, I went from foundations to meters, trying to keep track. Okay, how many foundations? How long until we take this curve, right? And then what's this angle? It's 30 degrees. And then how long? How many foundations? It's 12. Then this is 3.5 foundations, 18 foundations at 120 degrees and 12 foundations, right? To try to get this in shape. Try to make it look like the way it's supposed to look, right? This is actually just the last stage where I was kind of getting in these last shapes here, but I did this for the whole thing. Get this whole point correct, get this angle in, get this spacing in, you know. But yes, this is how we built it. I mean, that's about it, guys. That's all we got. So, what are we gonna do? Well, like I said, we really have two things to do. And the first is we're gonna head back to the hab. We're gonna say goodbye to the hab. And we're gonna print off our tickets. And we're gonna buy the most expensive things we can, because we don't quite have enough for the golden nut, because I never built any space elevator parts. Skiffers. Hi, I'm a newbie pioneer. Can fluid flow upwards without head lift? Is there any consequences if my foundation floating in air without support pillar below it? A fluid cannot flow up without head lift. You can establish head lift with gravity. Okay, that's what I did here. I have these oil towers. I pumped it up to a storage container, and then after that point, it has head lift, as long as you don't reset the head lift by using another fluid container, by using a valve, or is that it? A valves and pumps, valves, and fluid containers. That will reset the head lift. All right, you don't want that. So I always try to vertically feed. Think of it like, look up how water towers work in like small towns. That's where you get the water pressure. Okay, when you turn on water and water comes out of your faucet, it's because there's a water tower, and that water weight is pushing down on the water to push to, you know, it's not like a pump, right? It's not a pump that's being handled somewhere. The pump pumps the water up to the tower, and then it sits there. Okay, that's what I've done with the oil here. I also did it with the water over there before I packaged it. And then as for your second question, are there any consequences of my foundations floating without support pillars beneath it? No. Nope. Pillars and supports are just for show. Okay, I built this here because it looks good. It definitely does not need it. Most of my train actually doesn't have any pillars or supports. I mean, look at all this, right? This isn't supported. This is just hanging out. Okay, this is just a pipe. It's certainly not supported by that. Look at my ship. Ship's the best example. It's just floating there. There's no supports there, and it ain't flying. So yeah, nope, no consequences whatsoever. Okay, let's head to the hab. Yeah, no problem. Any other questions? By the way, if you're newbie, I'm building insane things. Don't compare yourself to me. I never even finished the game. I broke my save. This is not the way to play Satisfactory, but it's how I played it. And the nice thing about Satisfactory is it's so sandbox, we can play it any way we want to. Right? There's no wrong way to play it. Okay, this is it, guys. You want to send off tier 8? We never made cooling systems. Yeah, we never finished it. That's okay, guys. Listen. One 1.0. Yeah, this was a test. This was boot camp for me. You know, I learned how to play Satisfactory at a level that, you know, I didn't even think was possible when I started this. So we'll get there, and we'll do some fun stuff with nuclear, and we'll send everything up the space elevator appropriately. And we'll get there. All right. Tour is over. It's time to print our tickets. Let's head down. $694. Print them, baby. I need a spot to put them, though. Boop. Oh, I didn't know they printed in 500 stacks. Good to know. Boop. This is mostly batteries that is doing this. Mostly batteries. It's laggy in game. It's not the stream. I have way too many objects in this. That's why we are actually ending it. Well, mostly because of 1.0, but I blew past the object limit 8 months ago, and I just kept building. And I kept building over and over and over again, and I wasn't very judicious about where I was building. But I am gonna try to fix it up and before I make my final videos. But today's the last day of this playthrough. But we're done, and you can tell by the FPS why we're done. Will your next save game be oriented in space elevator parts making? Well, I'm gonna try to actually complete the game. I had a plan here. The next factory I was gonna build was the space elevator parts. We just ran out of time because of 1.0. All right, guys, I don't think we can get the giant nut. I think we need 1,000, don't we? $1,000. I mean, we're not far. We're not far. I have some over here, but I don't think I have 300. Oh my God, I have 133. Oh man, we're like 250 short. Not something that we could do today. But that's okay. Yeah, Jonathan Archer, Sad it's over. Yeah, bittersweet. But I'm excited though. I'm excited. You know, am I disappointed I didn't get the Death Star in and that I made some poor choices that affected the FPS throughout the save? Yeah, I definitely am. But we learned a lot, and we're going to build something pretty crazy. And I'm going to tell you guys right now, okay? I'm not going to talk about this anywhere else, at least for a long, long time. Anybody watching now, anybody watching the VOD, I have some crazy ideas. And one of my ideas is, if I can get this, I need to get the SCIM editor working on this save file, because I had a thought. And my thought was, after my 1.0 save, it's going to be a year and a half, 2 years before I'm done. I was thinking maybe of reopening this save file, maybe porting in the SCIM editor, with the SCIM editor porting in the Super Star Destroyer and the mega factories, like the structure of them. Maybe we go in and we clear out the insides, we rebuild the factories inside of it from the ground up, we redesign, but we keep the structure, and we try to do this save again. But that would be after the 1.0 stream. So we're talking at least a year and a half, the 1.0 playthrough. That would be like season 3. I've been thinking about what we do after season 2. Okay, we're ending season 1. Season 2 starts in a couple of weeks. But I was just thinking, maybe after 2 years after 1.0 comes out, we revisit the save. And if not the save file, maybe super blueprints of the factories, and we load it in and we try to finish what we couldn't finish here. You know, I redo all the train lines to be a lot less intensive on the engine, but that's kind of what I'm thinking about. Again, I'm not going to talk about that, but anybody who's watching right now, watching the VOD, you know, it's something I'm thinking about. So maybe we can make it happen. All right, so wow, I have 827 tickets. We're 170 tickets short from the giant nut. Oh, golden nut, sorry. Giant nut's something else. All right. Where's our golden cup? How do you get the golden cup? You guys remember? Is there something special you have to do for the golden cup? It's not just something you buy. All right, let's look it up. You sink a cup? You just sink a cup? Oh, you get it after finishing the last space elevator phase. Oh no, so no golden cup for me. Yeah, Twitch is telling me too. Yeah, no golden cup and no golden nut. I don't have a cup or nuts to put them in. All right, well, let's buy some statues, and we're gonna get a lizard doggo right now, okay? And lizard doggo. We're gonna get a bean. We're gonna get a pioneer. What do I really not need? right, and then I want to get 2 silver ones. How big are these? Pretty big. Looks good. I don't want 2 of these. All right. Golden statue goes here. Not there. You gotta turn him. Nice. Very, very nice. And now a bean statue. Mr. Bean. There we go. Now for the final portion of our goodbye stream. The first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna make a memorial because there was an incident. I don't remember what stream, but when we were building the Senate, and well, I was trying to get Representative Binks the First from up here to the train line, and I thought maybe I could use the launcher to get him there, and well, I shorted the distance, and right down here Representative Binks the First met a sticky end. And so in remembrance, see if we can get him centered. Turn off the light. One more try. The FPS issues are not helping. It's pretty good. Now we need a sign. No, I do have the theme. Oh, that sign's upside down. It's not a surprise. I will, why is it upside down? We're gonna talk about that. And I have talked about it, but I'll talk about it more as soon as we work through our memorial. Here lies representative Binks the First. There's no way I spelled that right. Actually, I did spell it right. All right, here lies Representative Binks the First. There's his memorial. Now, many people have speculated that Representative Binks the Second was also killed. What timestamp? You mean what episode for this? Or what timestamp am I going to talk about? I haven't talked about it tonight. I talked about it in other live streams, but I will talk about it as soon as we get through this stuff. Many people have speculated that Representative Binks II was also killed, and that's just not true. Representative Binks II was born in the Old Forest, in the forest area, and he doesn't like changing sectors. And so what happens is he ends up not wanting to go to the Senate building, and he ends up hanging around on the train tracks, and there he is. Hey, buddy. Representative Binks II, alive and well, and he's got grass and everything. So he is kind of a railroad bum. Okay. Rumors of his death have been greatly exaggerated. So we have a memorial for Representative Binks I. Representative Binks II, alive and well, bumming it on the railroad. And humping the fence, I guess. Well, what about Representative Binks III? Well, he is where we're going to be spending some time, because we need to build one final piece on this save. There he is, Representative Binks III. If I can fly, can I fly, please? Yeah, FPS. And now I've done it. All right, fly mode is activated. What we're gonna do is we're gonna build the Emperor's pedestal at the center of the Senate building. And we're gonna do it right now. This is the last thing we're gonna build. And I have it up. Right here. So we have some leeway here, but the idea is we gotta, something round with a little flange, and then a curved piece, and a smaller round, and then a curved piece. We'll come up with it, but that's where we're gonna build right now. All right, and I'm thinking we start with see if we can use this. Ooh, that'll look good if we can make it work. This is how I got in trouble with the object limit. Did he learn his lesson? No, he didn't. Oh, one's missing. Almost got him. No autosave, no! We're gonna talk about my next playthrough. Right now. Hey, the Bajan Pickle. Train Spotter Binks. It is Train Spotter Binks. So we are trying to build this for Representative Binks III, but we ran into an autosave. So I'm gonna use the restroom, and then yeah, 1.0 we'll have phase 5 and tier 9. Yep, absolutely looking forward to it. I can use the restroom, and when I get back, we're going to talk about my plans for the next for 1.0 after we for the next playthrough. Sorry, I got distracted for a second. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. So, 1.0 playthrough. So here is the basic breakdown. All right, I'm going to break it into 3 phases. The first phase, chaos phase, right? First stream, 2 to 10 hours. Okay, we're going to be automating the first amount of items right out the gate, and I'm going to focus on teaching basic Satisfactory mechanics. All right, my 1.0 playthrough, much more than this Star Wars playthrough, is really going to be focused on teaching new players. I want my playthrough to be the place that new players go to learn about the game. Okay, and going through talking about mechanics, basically trying to share everything that I've learned over my 1,600 hours of playing Satisfactory, almost 1,000 of which are on this playthrough. All right, so basically before we get foundations, the first, live stream, we're going to be going over basic mechanics. Okay, phase 2, that's going to be the starter factories. All right, and we're going to set up a smallish factory for each type of production. Right, we're going to do a copper copper wire, cable, probably copper sheet factory. We'll have an iron factory that does screws and iron plates and iron rods, maybe even reinforced iron plate. We'll do a motor factory, we'll do a stator factory, right? We'll go through, we're gonna make these factories. We're gonna go out in the green forest, the green part of the map, the grassy plains, the grassy fields, and we're going to spend about 100 hours setting up factories, and I'm going to be teaching people how to make their own versions of those factories. We're not going to be doing many cosmetics. These factories are going to end up being temporary. We're going to clear them all out eventually, but they will be our jumping off point for automation, so that we can go on to phase 3, which is the theme. And so everything else from 100 hours to roughly 1,000 hours or whatever is we're gonna build and beat the game under a cyberpunk city theme. I will be doing nuclear this save. I didn't do any nuclear last save in Star Wars, but we will be doing nuclear. I'm gonna turn the night cycle to pretty much be only nighttime. If there was rain, I would have it turned on. I think they've broken rain. I don't know if it's coming back. So if there was going to be rain, I would turn it on. But basically, we're going to look something along the lines of this. I want to have drones flying around. All my factories are going to be tall buildings. And I'm going to do a cyberpunk city theme. We're going to do lots of neon, blue, greens, purples, reds, right? Bright colors. And we'll do trucks on the roads. We'll do trains underground for subways. And that's, it's coming back for not for 1.0. Yeah, eventually, hopefully we'll get rain. This is the basic idea. This is for the automation of everything except for the nuclear plant. The idea here is that what I'm going to do is I'm going to build a large platform of foundations high above the red forest, and we're going to build up there. I'm also going to try to not do the fly mode. I think that turning on the fly mode was necessary for the Star Wars save. I'm going to try to build my factory, my cities with no fly mode on, and with only the we're not going to turn on the inventory mod until we get till we get into phase 3. Okay, so basically no mods except for the UI moving, the sky UI mod that I use to move the sun. No cheat mode, no mods except for the sun mod, all the way up to phase 3. And then when we get there and we start working on the theme, I'll increase my inventory, and that's it. All right. And then, yeah, the nuclear plant I want to build gonna look like this. This is from Blade Runner. This is the Tyrell Corporation. It's their 2 buildings. I'll build this out in the Dune Desert. I want to do the nuclear here. I'll probably do nuclear power in 1, and then the nuclear processing of the nuclear waste in the other one, and we'll build 2 of these bad boys. All right, so that's the plan for 1.0 Cyberpunk. I'll have a lot more freedom about what I design and what I build, you know, in this area, right? Because it's a general theme, not a specific theme. But that's the idea for 1.0. It starts off being very, very, very beginner friendly, and then we transition to not very beginner friendly at all. Okay, let's see if we can figure this out. We are building the center pedestal. It's not that one. It's this one. We're missing 2 still. One over. There's 1. And then 1, 2, 3 over from that. 1, 2, 3. All right, did I get them all? Oh yeah. All right, now. I bet you there's 2 there. right. It's a good start. Now what? Oh, it's pretty good. Ooh, I got an idea. Kin with an idea like that is dangerous. Not the right angle, fortunately. Not bad. And then what if we continued? That would not work. I wish we had more options. I wonder if there's anything we can do to reduce that. You know, that transition. But I don't think there is. Now I gotta continue this to see what it looks like. Before I finish that, let me build this out. No, I'm sorry, I don't make the rules. When I think of something cool, I gotta do it. You know, this is the Emperor's pedestal. I'm on Binks Cakes. May the force be with you. Construction well done. Thank you. Am I gonna be able to even get that to continue? Yep. Almost done. I don't know what the hell we're building, but it looks cool. All right, these all come to points, so I think that's it for what we can use here. The only other thing is if we could get... I'm just making shit up as I go. Okay. You knew I was gonna make one more blueprint before the end of this, didn't you? If you didn't, then you should have. Start coloring on this thing. I'll do this blue instead of the red. Hmm. Come on. All right, let's make this color blue. All right, let's delete this. Make him 2. And a 1. Delete that, that, and that. Temporary blueprint 79. All right. Let me catch up on chat. When 1.0 comes out, I'm going to start playing again myself. Don't want to finish the game before it's actually finished. It's like halfway through the final tier when it is announced. Nice. Craig, this is the only Emperor's pedestal. What on earth is Kin's throwing? What on earth is Kin's throne going to look like? Kin's throne. That honeycomb effect looks neat. Yeah. Use the quarter round half pipe pieces on top now. See if they line up. Maybe. Yeah, outer round. Yeah, I think we're good here. But yeah, there is some. Now we can flange out. Okay. Now what? Now what? Famous last words. I want to see if we can do something. Can we do something like that? We may not be able to. I just wish we had more curved pieces at our disposal, you know? No, I can put this up. You can go on here, but what I really want is like some space in there. All right. BMC, that looks better than what I was thinking. Is that a raid? Thavius with a party of 6. Hey, we're building the final thing that we're gonna build in here, in this save, this playthrough. We're building the Emperor's pedestal. Okay, this guy right here, in the center of the Senate building. And I'm trying to come up with something on the fly that doesn't look like horse manure. Some of this is possible, but would take forever. Unless we cheat. I love cheating. It's my favorite thing to do. Cheaters never prosper. Is that a 2? Yep. right, let's see if I can do this. Oh, Nudge is the best quality of life update for me? Oh, yeah. Look, I got a little build hole. Ooh. Septs. Let's turn this on. Customizer, materials. All right. One, two, three. Gotta do two. One, two. I mean, could this work? Is it worth it? It could work. I could make it work. I could spin this around. I could do it. But it's pretty janky and it's not really working for me. So gonna let that go. And we're going to see, we got the flange here. There's no short versions of this, huh? Man, I don't have very much to work with. And we kind of lost our ability to do those kinds of circles unless I did a rotating thing again, which I just kind of decided I don't want to do. So maybe this is the end of the line for the curving. So let's go ahead and let's see if we can wrap this up. nudge the, yeah. Oh. Been a while, it's good to be back. Hey, Lightning Loki. It has been a while. Today's the last day of this save. We have to do something underneath. All right. It's still round. Let's go back to these guys. All right. How are we gonna do? I've built it up to here. Okay, we're gonna let go of like this upward flange thing. I kind of tried to do it and it didn't really work. So we're here now. Could do something with small metal pillar. If I do it, I'm gonna need to copy it, so I might as well do it here. No, autosave. All right, nice. that someone does not acknowledge his audience won't be back here. Paul. I did say hey to the raid. You guys, I absolutely said hey. How's it going? I didn't know there was a second one, you guys. I'm sorry. I got raided twice right in a row. A Barry, I apologize. Thavius raided me, and then I got raided again. So I apologize. I'm trying to build the last thing for this entire save, and my creative brain was going, and I missed. I saw Lightning Loki's. Man, lesson learned. Sorry, all I'm out. Hey, I missed it. I apologize. But I think he's gone. You don't think I do? I absolutely do. But I was in the middle of something and I missed it. So I got raided twice back to back. So I missed the second one. My bad. If you're gone, there's nothing I can do about it. But I apologize. I caught Lightning Loki's. I was trying to keep an eye on things while I was building that because, you know, trying to do one last thing before we shut it down. But I'll give you a shout out now because we are what already? Loki? What do you mean, Loki? Shut the playthrough being over? Let's see if I can remember. Shout out. And then a Barry J, maybe? Second of work. Shout out. A Barry. There we go. So I do appreciate it. I really do. I honestly got a little bit mixed up between the two raids. Yeah, well, 1.0 playthrough starting Lightning Loki. I got to start over. So this save is not gonna transfer over into the new game. So. BMC, yeah, you're out. Sorry, man. If I missed it. It's not cheating if you're using tools given you ability to, as you do. No, true. But anyway, anybody still here from his raid, I really do appreciate it. I was just locked and loaded on concentrating on trying to come up with a design here. Yeah, it starts in 2 weeks, so. Today's the last day of live streaming this. I'm trying to build out the final Emperor's pedestal here in the center of our Senate building. And we're seeing what we can do. But yeah, 44 viewers on Twitch, mostly from that second raid that I missed. And welcome, guys. I'm doing a Star Wars themed playthrough here. I've been doing it for 15 months. This is the last day, and this thing that I'm building right here is the last thing we're gonna build. I've been going for 3.5 hours. I got maybe another hour and a half. I gotta wrap this thing up, and our final, we gotta put our final occupant in the Senate building here. And then Thavius raided me too. I want to make sure that he gets a shout out as well. There we go. Yeah, I am pretty notorious about sometimes missing chat when I get super focused on what I'm trying to build. I really do try, but I do the best I can. You know, hopefully, you know, if that's a deal breaker, I totally get it. That sometimes I'm working on what I'm working on too much and I miss chat. But hopefully it's not. All right, let's get back to it. Autosave is over. And let's see if I can get a little curvature thing happening here. We're gonna have to do this. Yep. Okay, and then that. This is kind of what I did for the Imperial symbol. Similar concept. One, two. But honestly, that does happen sometimes. You know, it's not personal. I just didn't see you, and I do the best I can. 1, 2, 3. The biggest thing is I mixed up the two raids. 1, 2, 3. I said welcome raiders to the first one, and I didn't see the second one. We're on number 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. But it'll be okay. It'll all work out. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're doing 5 next. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And the other thing is too, because I'm a pretty small streamer still, I will go a long time without any chat, and you know, and I'm checking it constantly, and then, you know, there's nobody there, and I kind of get out of the habit, and then of course a raid happens and I miss it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think. Did I miss one? Nope. 7 now. All right, let's go the opposite way. Finish this thing off. All right, now just 2, 1, 2. All right, so the idea is hopefully that we can We're missing some of them. Ooh, you gotta go in the right order. Is it this way? Dang it. Yeah, J. Marshall. Barbecue, if you want to get Kenny's attention, just gotta put barbecue in the chat line. Well, I got my attention. I guess it worked. Come on, there you go. Come on, I need the little... There it is. Get them all? It is super annoying. It's one of the reasons why I'm kind of happy we are done with this save. I talked about it earlier in the stream, but I do plan on, this is the last night. I do plan on doing some things on my own to try to clear up the FPS before I record the videos. But we'll see. We'll see. What do we think? A light? That same blue color, maybe? There's our curve. All right. Hey, Respawn. Yeah, I saw him. It was just bad luck, guys. It was bad timing. And it's totally my fault. Do we do 2 tier? No, that looks dumb. Ah. All right, we're just about done. Can we get a little fence? All right. This is it, guys. All right, you guys know it's coming. All right, little buddy. Come here. What you got for me? Oh, some rocks. Here, we'll leave those there. Come here, Representative Binks the Third. Oh, I put those on your head. Can you navigate around them? Apparently not. Sorry, I didn't mean to throw rocks on your head. Hi, buddy. Come on. Are those in your way too? Have you been stuck in the corner for like 200 hours? You might have been. Come on. Come on, little lag puppy. Power for days. Ironically, I did not finish the game. I ran out of time, but I did build power for days. I have a oh, Ray, you're gonna miss it. I'm almost done. Come here, buddy. Ray, you'll have to watch the VOD if you're gone, which you won't hear me unless you're already watching the VOD. I built a max battery plant, a max fuel plant that is a Super Star Destroyer replica of Star Wars. Come on down in here. Come here. Is the fence bothering you? Here. Come on in. There you go. I not. Don't leave. Come on, fly mode. Let's go. It's so laggy, fly mode won't work. There it goes. No! How did you jump up there? Come back. Come here, buddy. Come on, you gotta get out of the way so I can fence you in. I'm on fly mode. I know the FPS is bad. I'm sorry. Thanks, Ryan. Frame rate, 10. Enjoy your new home. All right, so Representative Binks the Third. Or is he? Because he looks to me like he's not a representative. In fact, he's the Emperor, and he has been the whole time. 10 FPS? Yes, worth it. Oh my gosh, I built that backwards. Turns out I wasn't the one who killed Representative Binks the First. It was Misa the whole time. There he goes. Emperor Binks in the center of the Senate building. Did I misspell Emperor? Well, you know. He's a Gungan. What are you gonna do? Emperor Doggo. All right. That was it. That's the last thing I wanted to build here, you guys. And we're done. We're done with the save. So I've talked about it before. I will be making some changes after tonight. I will be deleting a lot of items that ended up being not used, or decorative items that are on places in the map no one's ever going to see. And I'm gonna be working on that. I'll work a little bit on it tonight maybe, and over the next couple days, and then I'm gonna be making some videos so you guys can watch on the channel for those. But yeah, we're done. We are done. I think somebody joined up that maybe hasn't had a chance to see Power for Days. And I want to do one last check to see how efficient we got our power generators. So this is my Senate building. This packages all the oil on the map. These are all the packagers that package all the oil on the map. And then the distribution center is this floor, the second floor right above. And batteries are coming in. Did we end up getting battery deliveries? Yeah. So the batteries are coming in. We got plenty of batteries. Not going to be a problem. There was an issue with the battery train earlier today we had to sort. And then this is 31,200 packaged water per minute coming in. Turn our light back on. And then 10,500 packaged oil coming in. And then tons and tons of batteries, although not as many as I made. And then all their corresponding empty canisters coming out. Paraspero, peace and security achieved. Bo Nasty Bowman, holy belts, Batman. Yes, many belts. This is just half too. This is the inbound half, and then the outbound half is on this side. So the packaged oil, and then here's all the empty canisters corresponding with the packaged water belts we had on the other side. And then the reason that we're doing all this is we are going to, they all come up into these drones. Here's our drone ports, and we drone everything to the Super Star Destroyer power plant. 31,200 packaged water, 10,500 packaged oil, all comes over to Power for Days. Unlimited power, but not unlimited frames per second, unfortunately. I really only have 4 factories. I have the water packaging factory, I have the Jedi Temple battery factory, okay, and I've got the Senate building, and I've got the Superstar Destroyer. Thanks for the stream. Catch you again soon. All right, Marcus. Thanks for Journey. Can you rock? And this is an awesome build, even though you didn't finish what you wanted. Looking forward to the journey in 1.0. Yes, we'll have more time in 1.0 than we did in update 8. Last check, guys. Last check. The goal was about 220,000 megawatts. And the more efficient we got this factory, the more power we made, and the flatter the line got. And this is our last check. 207,000. 208. Okay, we'll probably peak at 210, something like that. And so that is, we're a little short, right? We needed to hit about 220. So there's still some inefficiencies. but I know I could fix it if we had enough time, but we just didn't quite make it. So but I'm happy with it. We got the drones going. My goal was to get this Super Star Destroyer built without having to tether it, you know, to use the drones, and we did. Mission accomplished. All right, thanks, Respawn. Congrats. Yep. All right, guys. We are at 4 hours exactly, and we're gonna call it a night. Let's log out in the bridge. Actually, I'm gonna be working on this save, so it doesn't really matter too much where we log out. We do want a final picture though. Let's get something like this. We need a thumbnail for tonight's stream. I'm thinking something like this. Let's get rid of this. And then YouTube or Twitch, I always raid somebody, always. So we'll find a Satisfactory streamer or Shapes2 to raid. At the end of my streams, I always raid. So even if we finish up here, if you guys want to hang out for a minute, we're gonna raid somebody. And then YouTube, yeah, unlimited. This is indeed power for days. If you could give me a like on the VOD on the way out, that would be great. If not, no worries. And then we're going to find a nice shot of the sky. Maybe we haven't done orange in a while. I want to make sure we can see the drones. With too bright is we couldn't really see the drones. You can do it nighttime, just a straight nighttime. Get that moon shadow off of us. It's probably pretty good. All right, let's turn on high res, and then let's do a little bit of forced perspective by backing out and zooming in. And then let's a bunch of drones just came in and landing. It looks good. All right, I think there's a good one in there. Oh, let me actually, the mountain was in a shitty spot. Here, we gotta take him again. And then we'll find somebody to raid, guys. I just want a couple. I really appreciate you guys, everybody watching me throughout this last 15 months. It's been a crazy ride. And 1.0 is coming. Ooh, that was a good one. All right, there's got to be a good one in there. All right, we're gonna start the save and we're gonna raid. Stream 110 complete, 110 streams. Power for days. I'm so excited for 1.0. I'm glad. Yeah, I am too, man. I am too. Thanks, Kim, for the great content. Can't wait for 1.0 and to see what you will do next. Yep. Just last little, in case you didn't see it earlier. The quick plan. I will do a cyberpunk theme in the mid to end game of the playthrough. I will focus on teaching beginners how to do plan factories in the first part of my playthrough. But when we switch over to the theme build, we're going to do Cyberpunk City, and I'm also going to build the Tyrell Core buildings for the nuclear out in the Dune Desert. But that's the plan, and we will be finishing, and I will be more careful with my objects, and then we'll make it through. And we're saving. Okay, thanks YouTube, really appreciate it, everybody. And Twitch, we're going to pass it on, and we're gonna raid a channel. I hate usually when I have 52 viewers, I extend my streams out, right, to take advantage, but today we are gonna say goodnight at 4 hours. I don't have anybody that I usually raid playing right now. Let's see what we got for Satisfactory and English. What do we got? Not a lot. Kylo Builds. Kylo Builds is going. I've never raided him, so that's what we're gonna do. I've heard a lot about Kylo Builds. I've never seen him. He's got 39, so we'll almost we'll more than double his viewers. He's doing a speed run before 1.0, he says. Looks like he's setting up some kind of a bus. All right, we're raiding. All right, YouTube, that's it for me.